90 today. Hotsy totsy watsy. Tents. Gotta make sure the tents are dried out. Good morning, everyone. We are up late today, as you see. Sorry about that. We're gonna be doing YouTube a little bit differently. I have some subjects in the schedule to go through throughout the day. YouTube wants me to be on a lot, as I've noticed they have posted a schedule in my YouTube studio from 5 a.m. till 1 or 2 p.m. and then from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. But I'm going to generally keep it to the morning hours. Hi, Pyra. How are you? Hi, Chalkin. Hi, Thesa. Sorry if I'm getting your names wrong. But like I said, I'm going to be going off on my YouTube schedule on my YouTube studio. They posted it just maybe over the weekend, because they posted a whole bunch of summer schedules for live streamers, and some of them been changed. And this is the first time I've had a YouTube schedule, so I'm going to try and stick with it. 5 a.m. is a little early for me, so it may be a little bit later, like around 6 a.m. Hi, Pirate. I'm good. How are you? So, I might not always be on time. Hi, Zeba. How are you? Nice to meet you guys. You're from Australia. Hi, the Savage Wind. And it's 11:17 at night. Wow, I'd be in bed at that time. I'm from Washington State. Where are you guys from? Washington State in the United States. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Like I said, I'll be having a schedule. I actually have to print it out still because I did it last night late. So, Colorado, I've been there before. Hi, the next official. Welcome. Please like, subscribe, and share. We love all of our subscribers here. We are a family show, so please make sure there's no swearing and all that nuttiness stuff that people like to do. Sorry about that. My YouTube went away. But anyway, I'm going to be going over my schedule this morning after I eat. I need to print out some schedules. So, YouTube is not easy. There's specific rules you have to follow. And you can't copyright on your channel by playing any songs, really. So, it's not an easy job, YouTube. Welcome to all that have come in this morning. Thank you for the likes and the new subscribers. Thank you to the old subscribers who are still hanging out with me and rolling with the lunches. I have a sprained foot I got from camping out of my yard I'm not used to, and there was a homemade drainage ditch that I fell on one of the humps. And thank you, the next, for subscribing. We will be on regular now. I'm not teaching homeschool. I'm going to be teaching on how to set up your YouTube schedule this morning. I'll be on till 1 o'clock this afternoon. Then I'll take a break, and then I'll be back on. I'm not teaching school anymore. I'm taking a break from that from my heart attack I had, and the defibrillator put in. It was too much stress on me, and helping out during the day. So, yeah, life throws you some punches, and you just have to keep rolling. Like the river, you know. Or stars, whatever you want to say. Rolling the stars. But yeah, I have to pronounce some stuff. I'm probably gonna go on pause. That wasn't something I was expecting. My heart wasn't working properly, and they did a test, and well, let's see. I coded and I died, and they shocked me back to life. So it was great, the process. I actually have burn marks on my chest and my stomach. So the kids are up. Go get them, Snowball. Somebody ran outside. A frog by the kids' store? By the girl's store, yes. How did he get in? Like a rock, but it's also shaped like a frog. I don't think it's a toy frog. That's what Axley was screaming about. Was it a real frog, Zachary? Zachary, was it a real frog? How did he get in the house?
is not the same level of horrible as 20th and 21st century abortion.
Right?
20th and 21st century abortion is significantly worse
Than slavery.
than slavery was. Because even
Right.
if you count everyone who died in the transatlantic slave trade, which significantly more than the number who died by mistreatment as slaves.
Because I think abortion wasn't that even in the Roman days?
In Roman days, they did what's called exposure.
Exposure?
Yeah, they would take the child and put him outside.
And leave them there to die? How cruel.
And that's one of the ways that the Christian society expands it. Because we would go through the town and steal babies off the porches.
Because people were leaving them outside.
Mm-hmm. It's a highly informal method of adoption, but
It's better than people killing their kids by just leaving them outside. That's horrible.
yeah, it's ethically no worse than abortion. In fact, ethically it's significantly less bad.
I don't know, I think both are bad.
Well, by sheer numbers, by all accounts, it was only like one family in 30 that ever did it. Here in the United States, 1 in every 5 women averaged over the entire country has murdered at least one child.
Really?
Yes.
That's terrible.
And of urban women, it's 1 in 3.
Wow.
And in black women, it's 1 in 2.
I wonder why black women it's lower.
No,
No, that's more.
yeah, every other black woman has murdered at least one of her children
Wow.
after the age of 25.
If you're gonna open your legs, you need to be responsible for opening your legs.
Consent to sex is consent to pregnancy, is consent to childbirth. Exactly. Okay.
What were you guys talking about?
The abolition of abortion movement.
And slavery.
Abortion, keeping up your baby, right?
No.
That's killing your baby.
Abortion is murder.
They stick a thing up your, and they rip the baby out of your body when it's not formed yet. And then partial birth abortion is even worse, where they deliver the baby halfway and then they kill it.
Yes. That's what I'm talking about. It's why I want to talk.
They have to Hey, my old church in Michigan, when this was going up for vote, pastor of my church showed the video on how they did it. Because it was important to stop killing babies.
That's bad.
Listen,
In Oklahoma, they passed a law that it is illegal abortion unless you happen to be the mother, the question. So it shut down all the abortion services, but there are drugs that will kill your child if it does it. Yeah, and so, Oklahoma now, women will buy the drugs from a different state, take them, and then there's Facebook, there's whole Facebook channels where women will post pictures of their baby. Yes.
That's the best birth control ever. You have to keep your legs closed and then you can't have sex. Keep your legs closed until you have a husband here. You going somewhere? You know, my hair stops. I have a question. We drank all of the drinks that were in that bag. Now you got all your stuff organized. Look at that. Your secret. You got enough stuff in that bag of yours. Lipstick. Yeah, it's a basic one. No. He was waiting for you this morning, so you're not want to do that. Okay. Now that we've had our abortion discussion, you know you guys gotta do school today. Your homework. You gotta do your homework today, right? Have you done anything? No, we knew we were. It's a good topic to have a discussion because abortion is, whether you think of it or not, killing babies, and we don't agree with that. So if your kids know about it, then it's a good thing because my daughter's reaction was being horrified, which she was appalled that people go and kill their babies. So, it's something that everyone should not do because it is murder. Any way you look at it, you may think it's not murder because the embryo is this tiny, but once the embryo is in place and it starts growing, even the embryo in place, that's a young baby. And then it takes, the 9 months to grow, and it starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, as you know it does in the mom's uterus. And it's not the mom's belly like everybody says. Let's get real here, Yes, it is terrible. And like I told my daughter, you need to keep your legs shut so you don't have a baby. That's the only 100% method to not getting pregnant. So she's like, but then I won't have babies. Well, you know, you need to do that, um, not do that until you're married. So then she's like, oh, okay. So, you know, it's horrible, but it's something that everybody does around the world since Jesus' time. So, hey, hello. 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 Are you going to read the voters pamphlet? Or are you just hiding? Both. Dad's got all the women marked out.
Why?
Because women shouldn't be leaders. It says so in the Bible. Didn't you know?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. It says in the Bible that women shouldn't be leaders. Don't pick your nose. Go get a handkerchief.
It said he will rule over you.
Yes, God will rule. And,
They're pretty though.
huh?
They're pretty.
The ladies in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because they dress up for their pictures. That's why. They want to make a good first impression. Yeah, I have a YouTube schedule now on YouTube, so I have to stick with it. And I have more on time than off time now. So, Dad already marked who we're voting for. Find anything interesting in there? What are your plans today? I have a comment on here. Says it's actually quite interesting that the biblically wherever something significant was foretold to happen, Satan always had a massacre of children. Just one of many signs of Christ is returning soon. Zachary! Should we drive somewhere today? Manawa? No? Want a break?
Yeah.
Did you reschedule your driving thing?
It's on 16.
Oh yeah, that's right, the 16th. Oh, you did good driving yesterday, Zachary. I almost called you Snowy. Oh dear. Yeah. Okay. I've got a lot of footage to do on sometime later this afternoon. I need to do footage of videos. And I'm gonna pause the live for a moment because I have to print out some stuff. Let's see. Maybe I can do it without pausing. There. Hopefully the printer is not jammed right.
actually disappeared. And the printer is now printing. Yay! What? What? Oh, the paper is crooked. Could you straighten it out a little, Zachary? Does it look crooked? Don't let it take the whole big stack of paper. Thank you. I'll have to get some work done today. Oh, I think it's jammed again. Or, yeah. Done printing. Nope. It's jammed again. Big, somebody's keeping track on a big calendar. Excuse me. I've got a big mound of clothes here to put away from camping and such. Oh, I've got lots to do. I don't want to do any of it. I'll be right back, you two. Bathroom break. Yep. Oh, there, I'm dressed. I haven't done my hair yet, so this is my morning routine. So away we go. Oh. But I'm running on YouTube. You'll have to have some sort of organization on your channel, and that's what I've done.
so far. Hey, is the paper getting stuck on the seat? This paper all over. So it seems like I have to keep watching this one off. Okay, so the printer is now picking whatever I canceled. That's scratch paper. Okay. I made a whole bunch of schedules last night, actually. It was too hot to sleep. Was it hot downstairs? Well, that didn't work. Did you feed Angel? She left. My papers is printing out, so I can go over my YouTube schedule on YouTube. Let's see one more page, I believe. Yeah, it didn't all print out. One more page. One, two, and three. Yeah. So this is YouTube Analytics Master Guide. This is my own guide I created last night. It's not copywriting anything. So this would be something I would put a copyright on for myself. Audience retention graphs, how to read and improve. The audience retention graph found in the content tab when you click on a video shows what percentage of viewers are still watching at each oh, my eyes are bad reading this morning. Each point in your video. This is one of the most important reports for improving your content. That's very important. You always want to be improving your content, because if you don't do that, YouTube is going to drop your analytics way down, and you don't want to drop your analytics way down. So, a sharp drop in the beginning. Your hook is weak. My hook was weak at the beginning. Improve the first 5 to 15 seconds. Because if you don't have that first 5 to 15 second hook, YouTube's going to drop your numbers. And I haven't been on as long as I should have this morning, and my numbers are 0 right now. I have 8 likes. So hopefully once I start this tomorrow, it will improve. It takes 28 days of a constant, working your YouTube channel for them to start anything on it. A steady decline in the middle. Pacing. I need to get mine. I needed to make these in bigger fonts. My eyes aren't the greatest. That's something you can learn from me. When you have bad eyes like I do, you wanna smells like dog in here and sweatiness. Oh, it was so hot last night. Oh my goodness. We were trying everything to get it cool in here, and it just wasn't working. So this is my everyday bag, by the way. If it's in there, I use it every day. So, now that I have my razor, by the way, I still haven't done my hair, as you have noticed probably. We're reading about YouTube analytics. This is my own guide that's copyright by me, because that's just how it is in today's day. So, the audience retention graph found in the contents tab when you click on a video shows what percentage of the viewers are still watching at each point in the video. This is one of the most important reports for improving your content. If your content is crappy, you're not going to have people watching. How to read the graph. Sharp drop at the beginning. Your hook is weak and improve the first 5 to 15 seconds. Steady decline in the middle. Pacing is too slow or content feels repetitive. Upward spikes. Viewers are re-watching that section. Double down on similar content. Big drop near the end. The end is weak and people got what they needed and left. How to improve your retention. This is important information if you want to start a YouTube channel. Start the most satisfying or surprising moment, especially for the cleaning /ASMR. Keep a steady pace. Avoid long talking segments without visuals. So see this? This is my little cheat sheet that I made last night with the pretty purple colors, and I'm going to eventually put this in a notebook and keep it nice and neat so I don't lose any papers. That's the second page, and this is the third page of actually there's Yeah, 3 pages. I'm not done with the first page yet. So, upward spikes. Viewers are rewatching that section. Double down or similar content. Big drop near the end, you're weak. Start with the most satisfying or surprising moment, especially for cleansing ASMR. And I'm recapping what I just said. So using pattern interrupts text on screen cuts zooms every 30 to 60 seconds. FOD with a strong call in action and tease for the next video. You want to catch them at the end so they'll come back and watch tomorrow's video. Now is have a catch. Get it? Catch. There's always a catch. Traffic sources, deep dive. You want to do this. This is important stuff, guys, and I'm giving it to you for free. Later on, it might be in my book, so, don't copyright. Traffic sources show exactly how people are finding your videos. This helps you understand what's working and where to focus. Key traffic sources and what they mean. YouTube recommendations, suggest videos, homepage, up next, and best organic grown signal. Okay. Browse features, trending, explore subscriptions feed. Good for discoverability. Yes, it is. Good. Channel pages. People who turned on notifications for your channel. Goal. You always want to have a goal with YouTube. Increase the percentage of views coming from YouTube recommendations over time. This means the algorithm trusts your content. And I had a whole bunch of dark colors, so, that means that YouTube is starting to trust me. And that I'm gonna be on when they say they want me to be on. 'Cause YouTube turns you on and turns you off, and you don't even know that they do that. So, I didn't know till I talked to Teddy on King Live 25, and he taught me how to do this. Oh. Impression and click-through rate. CTR is what that means. How to improve CTR. Use a high contrast thumbnails with your face and strong emotion. Yeah, sorry, I don't have my teeth in yet. Because I'm running late today on everything. Keep text to 3 to 5 words max. Large and bold. Test before and after style for the cleaning videos. Make sure your thumbnail matches what happens in the first 30 seconds. So today when I got on, I said, I'm sorry I'm late, guys. I'm running late. So, in the first 30 seconds of the video, look at the videos with low CTR and ask, what would I click on this if I saw it in my feed? I don't know. Good CTR benchmark 4 to 6% solid for most channels. Above 7 to 8% is excellent. Below 3%, usually your thumbnail will need some work, which I've been working on my thumbnails and got some advice on it. And people give me constructive criticism on it too, my fellow YouTubers. I have a lot of fellow YouTubers out there that watch my channel. Save views in advanced mode. Advanced mode gives you much more control and lets you save custom views so you don't have to rebuild them every time. Yeah, you don't want to rebuild them every time. How to use advanced mode. On any report, click advanced mode and see more. Add or remove metrics using the plus button. Change the breakdown by video, traffic source, and device, etc. Once you have the view you like, save the view and give it a name. That's very important. If you get that, you need to give it a name so you can go back and reference it. Useful saves used to create weekly retention check, traffic sources review, and top performers. You want to know what your top performers is. Getting what? Sorry, I have a text coming in. Okay. Okay. This kid's mom is downstairs with the kids. I'm a stepmama. So she's changing some sheets. So I think my youngest daughter had an accident. We were camping all weekend. We're all still run down and tired. Okay, we did the click through rate. That's very important. Make sure you do that. And we're done with that sheet. Research tab. This has the research tab on it. Finding content ideas. Didn't you know YouTube helps you out with a lot of stuff actually? The research tab, oh, I'm reading without my magnifier. Okay. Is excellent for discovering what people are actually searching for and what's trending in your niche. Your niche is what you're good at. My niche happens to be teaching whatever it is, because I used to be a teacher. How to use it effectively? Well, look at the search terms. These are all real searches people made that led to your video and similar ones. Check trading searches in your niche for timely content ideas. Use the data to create videos that directly answer what people are looking for. Combine trending searches with your own style and expertise. Pro tip, this is your pro tip. If you see a search term appearing often, create a video that directly targets it. These videos and to get good initial transaction. Monthly and quarterly analytics review template. Well, that's a review. I'm not going to go over that. I may post this in my YouTube comments, or I may not. I don't know. But that's the first one that I did last. No, that was the last one I did last night. Okay, so I need to print out my other thing. So hold on just a second while I do that. Is the printer out of paper, actually? Is the printer out of paper? Is it stuck? Is it printing? Thank you. That stuff is printing out all my guides. That stuff is printing out all my guides. I'm gonna show how to make a notebook in a minute once everything is cleared out. Puppy girl! Oh, not on my papers, puppy girl! Puppy girl! It's a puppy girl! The puppy girl! Oh, watch out for puppy! Ah! Puppy! She must have done a number too because she's great. I have to pick up the clothes in the morning, you know. Puppy! Puppy! Puppy, puppy! Ooh, is that scary? Oh! Nice one. Yeah, I'm out of paper again. This is a paper monster, did you know? Did you do your chores yet? Okay, you don't want your phone taken away. Does that smell like mama? Okay. She will want to teach you how to do a notebook. It's very important. If you're going to be making yourself notebooks with information, that you have a 3-ring. Hold on, Mama's under here somewhere. Oh no, how did I move it to? Oh, it used to be under in my little cubby there under my side of the bed. So, there you go. 9, you don't need to go outside. You just want to be outside because other people are there. And it's too hot for you to be outside. It's too hot. So no, you're staying in. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3. That's another guide. I made all these last night. There's my visual and my guides. My YouTube guides are to help me and others to know what to do for their, YouTube channel. Everybody wants to have a YouTube channel these days, So this is to help people do their stuff. So my scripts are in here. This is an old schedule. And then my dog's gonna come back and what's that one? Medical setup and med chart guide. Yep, that's gonna be one of my topics on how to set up meds. Let's see what it says. Howdy. This is my example script, day 1. Well, I missed 5 a.m. Wake up ritual. We'll do that tomorrow. 5:20 was supposed to be movement and morning walk, which he didn't do that yet either. So he was going to do this first back. $5.50 hydration education. Well, we can do that now. Wake up dehydrated. Did you know you can wake up dehydrated most mornings? Starting with water supports your energy and focuses on digestion and mood. I'm adding, no, I'm not adding lemon to my water today, but if you have lemon, you can add that to it. My goal is 20 to 24 ounces before breakfast. I did not meet that goal this morning. I'm playing catch up on my script example. Mindful eating. We ate a bunch of sugar over the weekend, you know, the holiday. We had a birthday, so we had cake and ice cream and cupcakes. We had animal crackers. We had lots of stuff that we don't normally eat. I had 1 egg this morning. I wasn't very hungry. The heat is messing with me. 6:15 to 7. Breakfast and nutrition. Breakfast is a simple but balanced protein, fiber, healthy fat. This keeps me full and steady. I'm also thinking ahead for lunch. Well, no, I'm not, because the other kids make lunch. Not deciding when I'm hungry later. Mindful eating. Eating slow without my phone. It helps me to actually taste my food and notice how my body feels. Try it with me. We'll do that at lunchtime, probably. English from the Roots Up. I haven't started that either. It's a really cool book. It teaches you Greek and different languages all together, and you write out these cards, and then you have definitions of these words. Today we are at 3 common roots. Bio means life, craft means right, tele means far, and so biography is the writing about someone's life. Telephone is the sound from far away. Learning roots helps us understand new words faster. Try these 3 today. Well, I learned that yesterday, so today we'll be learning something different. Where are we at? We're at 7:30. We're at English Roots Up. That's downstairs. Breathing work is very important. If you get stressed out, like my son gets stressed out driving, you always hear me say, breathe, Zachary, breathe. Well, it's box breathing. You go. Like that, and you imagine that there's a box. So that's just an example of my schedule that I'm going to be doing every day, and that will help me get till 1 o'clock. So yeah, so that'll go over there. What's this one? Oh yeah, this is my meds. I have to reset up some meds. I will have to do that in a while. So that's going to go over in my script section. So we have YouTube Analytics dashboard set up. There's a dashboard you can go through and set that up to how you want it. And there's YouTube Analytics dashboard set up. How to access YouTube Analytics. That's really easy. And then you go through it. Where's my one that has my rep on it? I have a weekly analytics checklist, YouTube tips for growth for creators. There's lots of good tips in here. And my other one is still on the printer, I think. So these are all going to have to go in order. And I'll go grab that other stuff off the computer. More clothes to go. Dirty clothes. Just print it out and send it, and we need more paper. I'll tell you, I was a busy bee last night looking up all this. Sorry, I know Diet Coke isn't very healthy, and they don't sponsor me. It's just what I like to drink. I need to find my other glasses. I put up on my other glasses. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. So, oops. Master daily script template. It's a script for what I just read over there. You want to have a script printed out. Some people don't do a script. It just depends on how you feel about it. Visual calendars. I have a July and August calendar printed out. Daily, hourly time slot subjects. There's the recap of the other one. So I'm gonna have to put all these together and create a little pamphlet out of them, or start a book on them. On your live stream. Some you don't even see because they have their screen name blocked from YouTube picking it up or whatever. They don't show, "Hi Dragon, how are you? Haven't seen you in a while." So my moderators are showing up. I haven't been on in a while because YouTube blocked my lives for whatever reason. But I appealed it and they finally let me out of YouTube jail. So you can always appeal. If you think they shut your channel down for no good reason, you can appeal their original decision. And YouTube has shut my lives down for whatever reason a couple of times, and now it's back on again. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, they can decide what content they want and what content they don't want. If they don't like your content, they can shut you down whenever. So I'm doing all my morning stuff late. But all the girls have gone back to sleep. So I don't know if Alpha is asleep or not.
Oldest is out mowing the lawn, I believe, before it gets hot. So, there's always something to do. It seems like we got to keep our lawn short, otherwise the big wigs come around. Well, the big wigs come around and look at our yard every so often because this is company property where we live. So you have to try and keep it cleaned up. But sometimes when it's really hot out, that's hard to do. It was probably 103 degrees yesterday with the heat index. Today is going to be 90 some again. So our window air conditioners, we're having a hard time with keeping up because of the fact that it was so hot. So my diaper bag, and I ended up putting the diapers in this pouch. If you don't know how to make a diaper bag, I'm about to show you. This is going to be one of my mental things to work on. Because when my mind isn't busy doing something, it wants to create havoc. It's just what my mental illness is. So I try to stay busy. But I don't know what bag I want to use because this one's stuffed with books right now. Oh, there's my watch in there. My watch charger is in there. I cannot find my emergency watch from when we were on vacation camping. So, you know. I found the charger to it though. That's always a plus that I can get my other watch charged. That has to go back in the med cup. That's when I cannot do that right now. Ew, I'm just gonna teach them how to get organized. No, I don't have any candy. These are all candy wrappers. I told you. We got your nail clippers. Oh yeah, you don't like the nail clippers, right? Do you think any wrapper has candy? But it does. I got the leopard here. You don't need to go out. So, hey, and I made this really cool guidebook for YouTube. My daughter's not interested. She did design a pretty cool purse, though, to carry her stuff around the house. So, this is very professional. It says, "Welcome, Wendy. Learning with Wendy. Full morning show scripts. 30-day challenge. 5 a.m. to 1. July 8th through August 6th is my schedule.
This PDF contains everything you need to film rich, educational, and authentic morning content for your Learning with Winnie YouTube channel. Inside you'll find Master Daily Template Script, the complete ready to film script for day one as your flagship. Example. Detailed guidance. Oh, my light on my magnifier ran out. Detailed guidance on the new medication setup and med chart creation segment added to the 9 a.m. slot. Filming notes, B-roll ideas, and taking points throughout. How medication management fits beautifully into your mornings. Many viewers are struggling with staying organized with prescriptions and supplements. By showing a calm, beautiful decision. Oh, sorry, I skipped a line. A low stress way to set up medications. See, that's gonna be one of my big things. Quick filming reminders. Start rolling early. Talk to the camera like you're chatting with a supportive friend. Thank you, YouTube. Film lots of B-roll. Hands writing in the med chart. Pouring water. Walking outside. Plating food. Use natural morning light whenever possible. Finding every video clear with a CTA. Comment your biggest morning win below. You need to put up hashtags too, so you know. Now I have to reorganize all of this. So this is gonna really help me to organize all my YouTube stuff. It's all the green stuff together. See how I did mine, made it pretty. Oh, this needs to go together. So that's what that is. So if you're watching this on a replay, please like, subscribe, and share. And note, this is my first professional day of doing a new summer schedule with YouTube. And so if I'll miss it, well, I just start from where I messed up, basically. Oops, there's another green one that needs to go over here. will be giving one-on-one class instruction on how to set up your YouTube channel, you know, so it's not going to be free. Giving people tips is, I gave a little synopsis this morning of what my tip guide is going to be. Day one. This is for my other channel. I think I'm missing some. This one needs to go up here. Oh, 26, day 24, 22, 21, 20. Day 18. 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is for my other channel I'm going to be creating for Home First Income. It is my company that I'll be licensing pretty soon. It's to help families basically to learn how to save money and how to be productive in social media and make money off of that. So that's what that is for. And so I went over all these and I messed up a little because I was doing my diaper bag, but I had to get these off the printer. So this is all my notes on YouTube and how to do my YouTube videos right here. So all my brushes are going in here, all my hair ties are going in here, because I end up setting one down and then one of the girls takes it. And then I end up having no hair ties at all. So that's the diapers. This is the hair stuff. And I'm still looking for my watch. I don't know if it's in here or not. This is a beach bag I got from Walmart. It was $19. It had a pocket on the inside. Kid's mom was really good with sewing. It didn't have a closure, so she put Velcro so I can close the bag. So this is the diapers that's going to go in here. You have one child, don't need diapers. Okay. I'm going to put my hair stuff in there also because you never know when you need hair stuff when you're out. In this heat, your hair can get all messed up. There he is ignoring my baby Snowball. I don't know why there's a spoon in my bag. Pens and markers and such. What's all in here? Oh, that's my pigment cream. My flashlight I needed while camping. My eardrop. Oh, this is my dry eye stuff. You never know when you might need a pencil sharpener, and this is my extra meds. This is my denture stuff, a comb, 2 kinds of comb, my electric razor, my foot stuff, you know. You might need all that while you're out. Yeah, I might not, but I'm putting it in there. All this little stuff is going in here. So I can get to it. These are my gel pens and my pens, regular pens. These are great organizers for $1.25. I got them at the Dollar Tree. They have all kinds of little cute designs. I got emojis and hearts. They're great for toothbrushes, makeup brushes, any little tiny things. You know, those little tiny things people got out of a coin machine or something. The kids can put them in here, but right now my pencils are in there, and pens. And gel pens, so those will go at the bottom. You always need a notebook. So this is my notebook. My daughter gave that to me. My Emma. She just had a birthday. She's now 9. She's not 8 anymore. She's 9. But still has a problem crying. But that's okay. Sometimes I cry too. No, those aren't gonna fit in there. Floppy. Hi, we're learning with Winnie. Welcome to our channel. We right now are organizing stuff. By we, I mean me. So, somebody broke off my eraser from my pencil from Miss Deidre. Miss Deidre, why do kids chew on pencils? But that was from, Awana. She gave out, heart pencils on Valentine's Day, which I thought was pretty cool. So, that's going back in the bag. Actually, we're gonna put this in this up like this, so it's gonna stand. Right there. Very important. When you live in the desert, you need a neck fan. My mom got me that last year, so we'll put that in there. And then I'll put my stuff in there. And then I'll need this little bag to move over to this little bag. That's cute. I got this at Walmart. It was in the clearance aisle. It's actually a kid's, you know, thing for their electronics, but I put all my cords and my charger for the car and my MP3 player, which I have to delete some stuff out of it. So I have all those cords in there now, so they're all together. Go in. Go in. Thank you. And we'll strap this to Y'all, I don't have any appointments the rest of the week. Yahoo for that. So, health update. I'm up to one time going to the chiropractor a week. I had to cancel this week because I had a procedure done on my back, which I posted in my community, but I did not say what it was at the time. I basically had an epidural in my lower 5 region of my back and my spine, which wasn't very pleasant. So they gave me some really strong meds. They actually gave me fentanyl and a really, there, that's not too heavy. Over there. Okay, that works. So, I've been having really bad hip pain and sciatica. So the doctor said he was no longer going to give me pain meds after 2 months. So this shot they gave me in my backside, it hurt quite a bit. Doctor said it was going to be like a bee sting. It was more like 20 bee stings. But they gave me fentanyl for pain and then a really strong anxiety med because they knew I had anxiety. So basically the past 2 days I've been sleeping quite a bit. So how do I delete? Oh, I can remove that. No, I don't want to remove that. I want to get rid of this sticker from this morning, but it doesn't seem it's going to let me. No, I don't want to end the stream either. So, I finally got my hair done. I got 2 bags organized. I just have way too much. I have a bunch of boxes packed up in the garage. Way too much stuff, you know. So the kids have to do their chores, and they have, oldest is mowing the lawn until the batteries die in the lawnmower, and then they'll have to do their homework, schoolwork. But right now a bunch of them are sleeping, so we're just letting them sleep. A lot of them didn't get enough sleep like me last night because it was too hot. And also, Dogginess is asleep. Doggy Cam. Wow. Okay then. I just got an email saying I've reached 750 subscribers. Thank you guys. I want to get up to 800 by August, the end of August, because I'd like in September to have 1,000 subscribers. But I know I have a lot of work to do to get that far. But it's a good start anyway, because I haven't been doing YouTube constantly. But now I'm going to be doing YouTube constantly. So, I got a little sunburn over the weekend and riding in cars. With it being so sunny outside. We're actually under a red flag warning. And I might have to put my hair tie back in my hair because it's getting hot. So, This morning is an unusual morning because normally the kids would be up and want to get in my video with me, but it's really quiet around here. And I'm still looking for my watch, emergency watch, and my medical bracelet that tells all my medical history on it. But I did find the charger so I can charge my other watch that I have. It used to be watches came with batteries and stuff, but not anymore. So we're going on 2 hours. And it's gonna be 8 o'clock pretty soon in the morning here. Yeah, it's extremely unusual day today. When it gets this hot, nobody wants to do much of anything. Yesterday, I was helping Lucille, and the man of the house, as I call him, was helping Lucille to learn cursive. She cried for like 20 minutes. I don't want to do this. You're mean by making me learn cursive. I don't even do my name right regularly. Nobody teaches me. You know, standard 5-year-old crying. And I said to Lucille, what do you think I'm doing right now? You're teaching me. I said, that's right. I said, why don't you ask Dad for help? So he turns to the man of the house and says, can you help me, please? You know, 5-year-olds, they cry a lot. So do 52-year-olds cry a lot sometimes. So, my diaper bag is packed. My normal everyday bag is pretty much set up. And now what do I need to tackle? I don't want to tackle anything. Okay. Okay, so now I gotta figure out something else to do. I could read a book out loud. I can't turn the TV on. Well, I could turn the TV on and watch something, but then I'd have to turn the mic off on here, and people would think I'm not paying attention. So that's out. I could color too. My word search books are down probably in my suitcase because nobody knows. I put them in the front compartment when we went camping because nobody uses the front compartment of my suitcase but me usually. So welcome to Learning with Winnie. Where I'm stumped right now. just kind of winding down, taking a little break because I'm tired still. We went to Idaho camping. Northern Idaho. Northern Idaho. We were 50 miles from the Canadian border. It was much cooler up there than we were used to, and none of the kiddos decided to bring any jackets. A couple of them had sweaters, a couple of them didn't. I had this jacket with a sweatshirt underneath it. I should have grabbed my winter coat instead. It was very cold at night there, dropped down into the 40s. I had 2 blankets on and my jacket and sweatshirt on. So, guess I'll start my cleaning. I do not want to, but I haven't cleaned in a while. Oops. I found my emergency watch. Yay. No, that's my regular watch. My emergency watch might be on the bottom. Yep, here's my emergency watch. I need to charge that. No, we're gonna charge this in the charger. It's a special kind of charging. It's magnetic, see? So, and then it's got a strip on the back of it to hook it up. Those are over-the-counter hearing aids, and I need to get real hearing aids. Not that those aren't real, but they're not made to hear. And here's this. My denture. Okay. That's my EpiPen. It's only if I get stung by a bee. So put it, you reading it?
Yeah.
Yeah, scary, isn't it? Is that your inhaler or my inhaler?
That's your name.
Okay. So both of my emergency things are up there. So if I can't find an inhaler and I have an attack, you know where my inhaler is to grab it. Make sense? Okay. So Roger's gonna actually clean, because what hasn't she done in a while? Yeah, because I haven't been feeling good, right? Yeah. But you know what? I did woke up with no hip pain this morning. Who's putting snot on the walls? People? That's Missy. Or maybe that's a hole in the wall. I don't know. That's a chip of paint. It looks like a piece of snot. There are handprints. All those handprints and smudges. Oh, that's gross. That's my dirty rag from cleaning. This is Pursue. It's from Amway. I sell Amway, but I haven't really done much with it. I think we'll just have egg casserole for dinner. That's what I'll do for dinner. Egg casserole sounds good. There's some fried onions. There. And this is very concentrated stuff, this Amway. So you can refill it and still have a bunch of stuff. What all this stuff is on. I don't think I'm on that. Some of those spots. I'm gonna have to get some of those. I'm at the kitchen wall and I already cleaned it. So he doesn't have to clean it, but he hasn't cleaned the stove or on top of the stove or behind the stove yet, and that's one of his new chores. We need to clean the inside, on top, and behind, and the wall behind, please. And as you notice, I'm cleaning right now too, so. You might want to use comment on the stove, Zachary. Do you have comment? It'll work better than what you were gonna use. I cleaned a whole stove with comment in high school. So, yes, I cleaned this wall here in this little section. And this is what one of rag looks like. How gross is that? Pretty gross, huh? Well, it happens where you get behind on housework. Okay. Oven cleaner. Here's the oven cleaner, Zachary, but you have to open windows. So all these
I'm
windows.
looking for the comment.
No, you're gonna use this. Watch. Look. Watch. Look. Listen. Oven cleaner. Cleaner. You spray it in there. You take these out, the racks. You spray it in there, and you read the directions, which will say ventilate and open windows. Thank you, Zachary. What? Yeah, today's Wednesday. We don't have to speak any language today. Thank goodness, except for our own. Okay, now I need to find my charger thing that I just had. No, but I need to use my inhaler. Here's a pro tip, YouTube tip for you guys. If you even get remotely car sick, airplane sick, train sick, you are going to want to have Dramamine with you. Dramamine does not sponsor me, but this is handy to have in your bag because of the fact of I've been car sick a couple of times with my son driving, so that goes in there. That goes in there. talking about. This is my regular purse. And there's my charger. I found everything I needed today. Through here. I'm gonna do this. Oops. Other way around. That's how you properly put a charging cord in, in case some people didn't know, but I'm assuming most everyone knows how to do that. But there may be some people. I have to charge my insurance tablet too that has dog hair all over it from Miss Nutball over there being hyper. And the hydrocortisone cream. Really snowing? Going to trouble. Where you going, Snowball? Accomplished my goal. One of my 3 goals this morning. 1, to get my diaper bag set back up. And I pretty much have that set up and just need to leave it alone. If we ever have to grab and go because of a fire or whatever, and the apocalypse, yeah, whatever. By then, God will take care of us at the end. So, I'm not worried about that. God has our back. I always whenever they have water, plants for the kids, and that is always important in the desert. Computer. This is one of my favorite products. Lumi. My kids' bio mom told me about Lumi. And my son used it yesterday in the car because he forgot to put deodorant on. Let me tell you. And it's 90 plus degrees and you have a teenage son who's nervous driving. Needs to put on deodorant. So put that back where it goes if I can find a spot right here. So my goal was to find my charger, find my emergency watch, and set up my diaper bag. Those are my 3 goals for today. And what am I grateful for? Oh, my kid's biological mom, my man of the house, my service dog. What else can I think of? Can I get to 10? Air conditioning, food, house, van that works, cooking utensils, stove. What else? Oh, YouTube. Thankful for YouTube. Thank you for Grok for helping me. My insurance company who's always checking on me. What else? Oh yes, by the way, if you have WellPoint, they will send you a tablet, which is only for communication with them. Another thing I'm thankful for on the top of the list, I'm moving everything down, are my kids. Because they do everything even if they don't want to do it, even though they tend to whine. But the kids whine anyway. So, you know. That's it. Right there. Might have been from falling. But anyway, I fell and my foot's not broken. I had an epidural yesterday in my lower back to help with hip pain and leg pain and lower back pain. And so far, the only thing I have pain in is my foot that I hurt over the weekend. Zachary is busy cleaning the oven, the stove, behind the stove. And why did I chose Zachary for that job? Is because we have an old Montana 43 electric stove, and it's not electric is the name of it, and we actually still have the pamphlet, but it's really heavy and I can't move it to clean the walls or the floor behind it, and shouldn't be around the fumes either to clean it. So it is what it is. So that bag is done, this bag is done. The overload will go in my mini hard suitcase. Snowy box. Snowy. Snowy ball. You're not listening, Snowy ball boss. My dog is wrestling with him. That is what it is. This is my decoloring class thingy. Here's my old card. Yep, from June. I don't need the German jury summons slip anymore. Unless they send me another one. I didn't have to do jury duty last time. I know, but you're gonna need more than one. Picking up more clothes. Oh, that broke. Put that in a diaper bag. It's one of my clothes are outside. but they're different volumes. Okay. Everything's packed. There we go. This is what I'm working on right now. That's why I don't have all my food stuff from Dollar Tree. It's like shrinky dinks. You cook them in the oven like shrinky dinks, and they harden up, and then you put them on a beaded necklace. I might do that tomorrow on my live. Let's see, what's been going here? So I get from Amazon. Okay, nice little box. I think it was like $10. It's got everything you need in case you need to mend something. It's good to have it in your travel bag. And charger that needs to be charged. With the pop in the trash. These are my squishies. If I get, tent somewhere in the car, or really in the car, or other places. And this is from Dollar Tree. It's really cool. It's an emergency alarm. And it's got this light and this, and it's $1.25. And then all you do is, if you have to push it, you push it back in. Pull it out. This will blind them, and this will alert people. So that's always good to have it on your lanyard, one of those things. I put a mama tip for ladies and girls. I need to wipe this out. It's all dirty. It's got kids hair all over it. Lots of odds and ends. Now hair stuff needs to go in the hair stuff. This is all crafting items I haven't done yet. Crafts. Another craft project. I'm having a craft stuff. And then I'll go through my stuff. And then somebody broke my eraser. Look at his tail. Poor doggy. Tail missing. So we're just organizing today to make our space just a little bit healthier mentally and physically, basically, because when your stuff is a mess, I don't know about you, but it feels so good. He's missing a tail. Poor doggy. And yeah, I just gotta go. That's my sketch pad. That's another craft item. What's in here? First aid kit. I took a lot out of it. I'm taking inventory. So I got my planner and my planner and my planner. See that? Go check out my friend Mark Hughes. Posted something on Facebook. What is this do? No, this charger just went in. Another charger just went in. So I'll make this my little charger bag. I'm taking all my charging stuff. Candy wrapper. That's trash. Does it work? That works. See? Quick visual for you. I got my other inhaler. Isn't that weird looking? That's a nasal spray. I need to see where all my stuff is, you know? Yeah. Oh, you know what? I found all my... But not my orange one. I think my kids drank my orange one, but that's okay. I have Hawaiian punch break and other things too. So yeah. That's drink that. I'm not surprised I don't have too many people on today because I didn't start on time like I said I would. You know, stuff happens. Did I close the bag? This is another bag I got from Dollar Tree. I have all these little odds and ends. This is cute. I got this from Dollar Tree for the kids and I have one. Because they kept asking for baby weights. So I got them all their individual one, and they used it a lot. They thought it was fun, and they got their friends to use it. We were staying with. This came in a 2-pack from Dollar Tree for $1.25. I put one in my daughter's birthday bag and put the other one. So you have stuff you can share with people. Even else in my bag. Nobody's got a lot of stuff, and it feels like there's still stuff in there. Oh, my other inhaler. It's supposed to be windy most of the morning. Yeah, YouTube's like talking to a friend, you know. Oh yeah, I gotta put some more Band-Aids in there. There's nothing in there right now, but I'm not giving it away because I make these little boxes to put stuff in. There's a couple Band-Aids in there. And some ointment, steroid, and not steroids, but ointment. No, that won't be in there either. Okay, so got that. There's still something. Yeah, there is something. Oh yeah, my little glasses. I have my glasses. I can put on my card. You'll be. Eh. I have cried out to the Lord for grace and mercy, and they have covered me completely. I have found the sweetest consolation since I made it my whole purpose to enjoy his marvelous presence. For the execution of the journeys into the Indies, I have not made an intelligence, mathematics, or maps. It's simply to fulfillment of what Isaiah had prophesied. No one should fear to undertake any task in the name of our Savior, if it is just and if the intention is purely for his holy service. The working out of things had been assigned to the person by our Lord, but it all happens according to his sovereign will. Even sovereign will. Where did I go? Sorry. Kid's mom sent me a message and I messed up my spot. His holy service. The working out of all things had assigned to each person by the Lord, but it all happens according to his sovereign will. Even though he gives advice, he lacks nothing that it is the power of men to give him. Oh, what a gracious Lord who desires that people should perform for him those things for which he holds himself responsible. Day and night, moment by moment, everyone should express their devoted gratitude to him. Stunned amazement swept the chapel audience. Did Columbus really think that way? We had ever read or been taught had indicated that Columbus discovered the New World by accident while seeking a trade route to the Indies. No mention had ever been of his faith, let alone that he felt he had been given his life's mission. Life's mission directly by God. Hold on. Slight break. I lost it. Where'd it go? In the name of the Savior. If I read that part. Stunned amazement swept the chapel audience. Did Columbus really think that way? All we ever read or had been taught had indicated that Columbus discovered the New World by accident while seeking the trade route to the Indies. No mention had ever been made of his faith or alone that he had felt he had been given his life's mission directly by God. Nor had we suspected that he felt called to bear the light of Christ to undiscovered lands in fulfillment of biblical prophecy, or that he had been guided by the Holy Spirit every league of the way and knew it. Moreover, this was one of the wishful thinking of some overly enthusiastic fundamentalists. These were Columbus's own words of a few Americans had ever read before. they had appeared in the article Peter had quoted. To David, seated in the audience, the impact of this revelation was staggering, for the thought suddenly occurred to him. What if God had conceived a special plan for America? What if Columbus's discovery had not been accidental at all? What if it were merely the opening curtain of an extraordinarily drama? Hadn't Peter just referred to the first settlers as having been called by God to found a Christian nation? Did God have a plan for America? Like all those who have discovered the reality of the living Christ, we knew that God had a plan for each individual's life, a plan which could, the spiritual plan for each individual's life. Sorry, I think I read that twice. A plan which could, with spiritual effort, be discerned and followed. What if he dealt with whole nations in the same way? The Bible said he did. Of course, that the Jews were his chosen people and that they would obey his commandments. He would bless them as a nation. The book of Deuteronomy was quite explicit about that. For you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for his own possession out of all the peoples that are on the face of the earth. It was not because you were more in number than any other people that the Lord set his love upon you and chose you, for you were the fewest of all peoples, but it is because the Lord loves you and is keeping the oath which he swore to your fathers. The Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh's king of Egypt. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God, the faithful God who keeps covenant and steadfast love with those who love him and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations. Deuteronomy 7:6-9 from the Bible. Throughout this history, as long as the Israelites keep their end of the covenant, God blessed them. Yet scarcely did he begin to do so, then they would turn away from him, often in less than a generation. They would grow so hard of heart that they would stone the prophets he sent to persuade them to humble themselves, seek his forgiveness, and by his grace change their ways, i.e. to repent. That i.e. means example to my kids who are watching downstairs. Yet because he did love them, he would not wash his hands of them, no matter how sorely they tried him. All too often, however, they left him to choose but to lift his grace in all drought or flood or pestilence. or war or bondage or persecution to turn his people back to him. Many modern Christians believe that this idea of a corporate covenant relationship ceased with the coming of Jesus Christ. They feel that the advent of Christianity, man's relationship to his God became an individualized and highly personal matter. But what if God's point of view had never changed? What if, in addition to the intimate relationship with the individual through Jesus Christ the Savior, God continued to deal with the nation corporately as he had throughout the Old Testament history? What if, in particular, he had a plan for those he would bring to America, a plan which saw the continent as a stage for a new act in the drama of mankind's redemption? Could it be that we Americans, as a people, were meant to be a light in the light to lighten the Gentiles? Luke 2:32, a demonstration to the world of how God's intended his children to live together under the lordship of Christ, was our vast derivative from the blueprint. After such a promising beginning, the reason why we now seem to be heading into the dark age. It all seems pretty fantastic, but as David and Peter talked about and after the meeting that night, the whole hypnosis became more and more plausible. If you don't know what hypnosis is, my kids downstairs, it's in your English from the Roots Up card. You should have it written down and can look it up. Became more and more plausible. And so one sunny May morning in 1975, we were on our way to Boston to a certain weather research would bear out these ideas, possibly even provide enough evidence for a book. Although Peter had majored in history, that was 15 years ago, and neither of us had ever done any serious research after our student days. We didn't even know that one had to be affiliated with Harvard to use their Widner library. For that matter, we had only the vaguest idea of how to go about finding what we were looking for, and no idea on how to assemble it. If we did find anything, the one thing we didn't know was that we had prayed about the project, and we felt that God would have us proceed. If we had heard correctly and he was in it, then we would have to trust him to guide each step. Emerging dejectedly from Widner after having been turned away, the only course of action that came to mind was to try the Boston Public Library. But as we were walking back to the car, the idea suddenly occurred to us to stop in at the Harvard bookstore across the street. There on the history shelves in the basement. The first book we came across happened to be Redeemer Nation by Ernest Lee Tufson. As Peter read the jacket copy aloud, it came to be clear to us that here we were indeed onto something, that there had been others who had felt that God did have a specific and unique plan for America. Further browsing into history section indicated that the first settlers consciously thought of themselves as people called into the continuation of the covenant relationship with God and one another, which Israel had centered onto. We later discovered that they even felt that passages, in the Bible, such as this one, which was originally addressed to Israel, applied in particular to them. If the girls who are awake downstairs don't have head coverings on, they should put it on. Okay, now what page was I doing? This one. For the Lord your God is bringing you to a good land, a land of brooks and water, of fountains and springs, flowing forth in valleys, his hills, a land in which you will eat bread without scarcity, in which you will lack nothing, a land whose stones are iron, and out of those hills you could dig copper. And you shall eat and be full, and you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land he has given you. Deuteronomy 8:7-9. Furthermore, they saw themselves as called into their new promised land in order to found a new Israel, which would be to light the whole world, as city set upon a hill, as know how John Winthrop, in the first governor of Massachusetts, put it. Zachary should probably go and clean out the oven. It's almost been 2 hours, so that way it can be available for lunch if my family is watching downstairs, which I think they are. A city upon a hill was how John Winthrop, the first governor of Massachusetts, put it. Our exuberance at this discovery was attracting a few stairs. More soberly, we went upstairs to check out counter, purchased our books, and beat the hastily retreat. But once in the privacy of our car and headed for the Boston Public Library, we were like 49ers on their way to the gold fields. The spirit of the adventure with us that afternoon, as David went through the card files and tracked down titles on the shelf. but it was piecemeal work, and we still had no way of knowing what we might be inadvertently overlooking. And then Peter remembered that he had Nelson Burr's critical bibliography of books on a region in America. Now we could be selective about what we had to get, but it quantity was overwhelming, nearly 2,000 volumes, and most of them so old or so rare that there was almost no chance that the Boston Public Library would have them. But by coincidence, a Christian friend of David's, John Harrison, had been made the director of public services for Yale's vast 600-man staff Sterling Memorial Library. And so 2 weeks later, we were making the unexpected trip back to our alma mater for the first for both of us since graduating. It was strange to come back as if we were walking around the set of a movie when we were seen and long ago forgotten. In entering the huge Gothic pile of Sterling Library, we had often come as undergraduates, like the beginning being caught in the time warp. But going into Vienna, the new rare book library with the translucent marble walls, was the eeriest experience of all. There was a reverent, almost holy atmosphere in the place, and the hushed whispers in the which were intensely spoke were not from the customary library courtesy, but from real awe of our surroundings. It was as if we were standing on holy ground, and then it struck us in the sense we were standing on holy ground. And then before us, thousands of ancient volumes and a 6-story high, climate-controlled glass cube was a sum and pride of man's intellect, enshrined in matchless splendor. We shuddered and went downstairs to call the desk. Yet that afternoon, in the basement, reading room of Vienna Library, we made a discovery which would prove to be the most exciting of the entire project in Columbus's journal. He described an incident which took place on his fourth and final voyage after he had been made governor of Espanola. He had been relieved of that command for mismanagement. Sick with a fever and in depths of despair, he had a half-waking dream in which we heard a stern voice strongly rebuke him for self-pity. The voice quoted in chapter 2 reminded him that the Almighty had singled out all of the men in his age for the honor of bearing the light of Christ to the new world. He had given him all he had asked for and recording in heaven every event of his life. John Harrison and his staff proved invaluable in tracking down hard to find documents and books, and soon several not cartoons, kids, cartons of material were on their way from New Haven to the Cape. By this still another coincidence, Ron Miner, a friend of ours who was a pastor of the First United Presbyterian Church in Cambridge, told us his people about the project. When they heard of it, several members who were graduate students at Harvard offered their services, and soon there were more cartons arriving. But this now presented us with an even bigger problem of all. If we both did nothing else but read, it could take us more than a year to get through it all. Again, God had mercy on us, and this time in the form of Peter's congregation, of whom many were keen to help in any way possible. These volunteers were pressed in the service to research assignments, responsible for reading each book, article, sermon, and letter, and making the preliminary assessment of its potential usefulness. In this fashion, we were left with a distillation which could be assimilated in a few months. And this time, by the series of coincidences, there aren't really any coincidences, it's all God's work, so improbable that we stopped using the word. We met Peter Gomes, minister of the Memorial Church of Harvard Yard and professor of Christian Morals and History Department of Harvard University. He felt my hat fell down. Go back up. Just happened to be a Puritan in New England, in the office study of this glorious profession. No, he with books piled everywhere. We came into contact with a keen historical mind and a heart that was full of encouragement for what we were attempting. We left his office more aware than ever of how qualified we were to undertake the project and how totally we would have to rely on God. In truth, this book is not intended to be a history textbook, but rather a search for the hand of God in the different periods of our nation's beginnings. We feel, due to the extreme gravity of America's present spiritual and moral condition, that the imperative that we Americans rediscover our spiritual mornings. Thus, as we sought to discern what might have been God's perspective on American history, we found ourselves to personally caught up in the search that we felt we should occasionally share with the reader the issues and struggles which we face. For the most part, their comments take in the forms of brief chapters, preludes, and will be set off by the symbol. The symbol is a candlestick. You're reading from In the Light of a Glory. For those of you that don't know, how much longer is this chapter? Oh, that's not even the chapter. That's just the pre-pages to the chapter. We have let the players speak for themselves, bringing only their imaginative spelling and nonchalant punctuation into conformance with modern usage. Occasionally, we should have a key episode for which there was no eyewitness account, and here we have recommended such an episode from the details available and underlying attitudes of the principles, remaining as faithful as possible to what we have. Our basic presumption that God has a definite and extremely demanding plan for America was confirmed, and albeit in a number of surprise ways. Men like Columbus turned out to be far more dedicated to God's service than we had imagined. Others, like Thomas Jefferson, whom had assumed to be reasonable, devout, turned out to be quite the opposite. Once it had become clear that God did have a plan for America, our search for evidence of this plan had akin to tracking a rich vein of gold through the mountains. The veins of gold had four main characteristics. First, God had put a special call on this country, and the people who were to inhabit it in the virgin wilderness of America. God making his most significant attempt since ancient Israel to create a new Israel of being people living in obedience to the laws of God through faith in Jesus Christ. At first glance, anyone actually believing the world appeared to be guilty of supreme arrogance. In fact, so radical is such a concept that it had to be either the height of the spiritual self-righteousness or the truth. Certainly there was no question in the minds of the Puritans themselves. Trained to view history, Christology of typology, typically, they saw the shadows of Christ extending over the Old Testament as well as New in the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. They found a prefiguring of their own circumstances. Let Israel be our glass to view our faces in, wrote Samuel Fishers in this Testament and Truth in 1679. Sorry, I reversed my numbers. A generation later, John Higginson would sum up their thinking in this preface. to Cotton Mather's history in New England. It hath been deservedly esteemed as one of the great and wonderful works of God in this last age, that the Lord stirred up the spirits Lord stirred up the spirits of so many thousands of his servants to transport themselves into the desert land in America in the way of seeking first the kingdom of the church of God than it hath yet appeared in the world. As such, the Puritans understood New England to be a type of emblem of New Jerusalem. And prior to both of these definitions, the president of Harvard, Aaron Oakes, gave the smile in 1673. If we lay all things together, this our Commonwealth seems to exhibit to us a specimen or a little model of the kingdom of Christ upon earth, wherein is generally acknowledged and accepted a New Jerusalem, a model of kingdom of Christ upon earth. We Americans had intended to be living proof to the rest of the world that it was possible to live a New Jerusalem, a model of the kingdom of Christ upon the earth. We America, you can use the scraper to take that stuff off, Zachary. We Americans were intended to be living proof of the rest of the world that it was possible to live a life together, which reflected in the two great commandments, and put God and others ahead of self. Thank you who all have joined and liked for me. I appreciate it. Second, this call to be worked out in terms of the settlers' covenant with God and with each other. Both elements of this covenant was vertical relationships with God and horizontal relationships with their fellow men were the most important to the early comers, as the Christian settlers called themselves. Sorry about that. I keep yawning. Okay. Where did I leave off? They saw themselves as being called into the direct communication of the covenant relationship between God and Abraham. Now the Lord said to Abraham, "Go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you. And then I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing." Genesis 12:1 and 2. "And I establish my covenant between me and you and your descendants after you. The land of your sojourners, all of the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession will I be their God." Genesis 17:7 and 8. And the early comers knew that Jesus had shown them the only way that it would or could work. If any man would come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Luke 9:23, excuse me. This meant daily commitment to the crossing of our self-love, our self-will, in order to obey God and love one another. For the selflessness that they became, the more like could truly love their neighbors. This just crucial to God's plan, and it was His clear intent that they live in Christian life. They would grow to such unity that they would become an effect as body of believers. And I'm going to stop there because I read 24 pages in just under an hour. And tomorrow we'll read more of In Light of the Glory from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And my children, if you're watching, you need to write your name out in cursive, both first and last name, 50 times for your father. And you need to go over your cards for English from the Roots Up. And what else is there? You need to do your math back. So don't think you're done with your homework yet just because I stopped reading. So you know, that's my saying. So you still have work to do. 1 + 1 is 2, 1 + 2 is 3, 1 + 3 is 4, 1 + 4 is 5, 1 + 5 is 6. For my kids who are watching downstairs. Yeah. So this is what we were reading in case you were wondering. In Light of the Glory. Peter Marshall and David Manuel went on a quest and wrote this book with help of lots of people to help them get the information they needed to write this book. We have 2 copies in this house. There's a hardcover copy that's mine, and there's this softcover that's the house's copy. But I think it's a really good tool after I started. You got marker or chocolate something on the book on the inside. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, we'll read chapter 1 tomorrow at 9 a.m. with kids watching downstairs. So now that my phone is almost dead and I need to go charge it. So yeah, I'm just gonna plug it in right there and go off of live for a while. I'll be back on after lunch. I have a budget meeting to do, so I don't want to be on live for that. So I'm going to turn this off now, and thank you all for watching. Please like, subscribe, and share.